Good morning and welcome to the Hot Shop. Today in the Hot Shop, we have Levi Belber, his team, and the Hot Shop team. And what you're currently looking at is the creation of bubbles, and these bubbles are later cut and assembled into clouds. This is a project for the Benaroya Hall in Seattle. And so we'll have clouds, a large assembly of clouds in the final piece of work, body of work. My name's Emily, and if you have questions, feel free to ask. The process consists of heating up colorful rods of white glass, laying it over clear bubbles, and blowing them out into circles. The wooden molds that they're using to form the glass have been soaking in water, which will then allow them to blow the hot molten glass into the mold. So you can see on the big screen there how they just laid white glass over a clear little bit of glass. The process starts by using a steel rod to dip into our furnaces here in the hot shop. The furnaces hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. That glass in this environment starts to stiffen up. So as it cools down, it stiffens up. It's still utterly hot the entire time. But as it stiffens up, that then allows us to be able to create shapes and final designs. As he goes in and out of this reheating chamber, the orange face chamber, he's currently rotating that rod in, rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. He'll come to the bench, cool down that molten hot glass. This is a large mass with a little bubble on the inside. When he dips into this wooden mold here, he'll blow out that bubble and it'll create a big sphere similar to the ones on the podium on the left side of the hot shop. This is a special project for Benaroya Hall in Seattle. It'll be a nice cloud formation that'll hang in a foyer. And when I can, I'll show you a photo of the final image. Levi Belver and the Hot Shop team and his team are here working with us today. And my name is Emily, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the final formation of the clouds for Benaroya Hall. Where did Tim go? So the glass, when it goes into that mold, is nice and soft. So he's able to blow into the bubble. He knows when he can when it's time to come out, because he will not be able to blow into the rod anymore. He'll feel it. It'll be a pushback to where he has to. Then he'll know, okay, we can come out. It's hard now. It's taken all the space of the mold. So yeah, he can feel it gradually growing inside of the wood. Thank you for the image. We'll go back to the hot shop floor now. So he'll put a little water on the end of that rod there. I mean on the surface of the glass. And as you can see, she's suited up to catch this piece off the pipe. Whenever we make items here in the hot shop, we have to cool them down overnight. So we'll tap the pipe, release it. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. So it has to go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. You can see some other bubbles in there, which will later, during the hot process, you only get to see like about half of it, of the process. So you only get to see about half. So during the hot part, you'll see the bubbles, but in the cold part, which we do often while creating in glass, we have to cut off that clear part, and so they'll be cut in the cold process, and they'll be laminated together. And it's a special top secret glue that allows us to combine the bubbles so they can hang. Yeah. And they will be, I believe they'll be backlit. Backlit? So at the bench there, you'll see that that glass glows a really pretty orange color, but it's just clear. It's a clear halo with a white overlay on the core. On the left side of the hot shop, they're starting the process. In the middle, they're finishing it. And on the right, they're working on a totally different size of bubbles. So the steel pipes that they use are not the best conductors of heat. So when they do get a little warm to touch where they need to grip, they'll cool it down at the pipe cooler. And then I think he'll gather over this again. The furnaces have the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. You'll see as they dip into the furnace, they'll come out and the glass looks orange. It's just super duper hot. If they don't continue to rotate the rod, the glass will fall towards the ground. It's like honey. It's like dipping into a jar of honey. So with this block, he'll cool the outer layers down. Blocks are used. It's one special tool they use during the glass blowing process. And blocks are pieces of hollowed out fruit wood that have been soaked in water. They're ideal for shaping the glass because they cool down the outer layers, they create a very even shape, and they keep the core nice and hot. So when they blow into the end of the rod, they're able to blow out a very evenly shaped bubble. Good morning to those of you who are just joining us here in the Hot Shop. Levi Belber and his team are here working with the Hot Shop team. They are creating clouds, the bubbles that'll be formed into clouds for an installation at Benaroya Hall. Can we please see the final image of the cloud formation? So if you look up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see the clouds that are on the podiums in final form. You can look forward to seeing the final installation if you have interest at Benaroya Hall in around the month of August of this year. So if you'd like to continue to follow along, be sure to visit Benaroya Hall. Thank you. So as they blow each individual bubble out here within the hot shop, in the cold part of the process, they have to then cut the bubbles and cut away that extra clear material on the top. And then they'll use a special glue to laminate the bubbles and stick them together to create a cloud formation. And these cloud formations will also be backlit during the final display. So just think of them as like light fixtures for the moment, but clouds in an entire assembly. As they work here in the hot shop, they're gathering glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here within the hot shop are the silver tanks with the black doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So, as you can see, he'll rest the glass on the table. He'll then dip into the furnace and rotate that rod. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When he comes out of the furnace, you'll see that the glass is glowing a beautiful orange color, but that's only because it's hot. It rests at 2,100 degrees during the process. When it cools down, it's only clear. So we have to add color into the process, and we've done the color overlay method. This color overlay method consists of laying white bar over a little tiny clear bubble. So to learn a little bit more about the color overlay method, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So after they add the color, they add some more mass, so they gather again around the end of the rod, and then they continue to blow it out. They'll use these chambers in front of the benches to keep the glass nice and hot during the process. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory holes that are the orange faced chambers are only designed for reheating the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. And then back to the benches, they'll go, after they give it a nice reheat, they'll use a block. Blocks are special tools for the glass process. Thank you. The blocks are pieces of hollowed out fruit wood that have been soaked in water, which and the steam that it produces protects the layer of the glass. The molds we are blowing into are wooden molds that have been soaked in water. As he dips this mass of glass into the mold, when he blows into the rod, the glass will expand. Eventually, once the glass fills up the mold, he won't be able to blow into the end of the rod anymore, and that's how he knows it's time to come out of the mold. So he'll blow and rotate so that molten hot glass doesn't get stuck to the walls of the wooden mold. So now Sayuri is ready to catch the piece off the end of the rod. We have to remove the bubbles off of the rod and place them into the annealing ovens where they'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So he'll put a little water on the surface of the glass and thermal shock will set in. When thermal shock sets in, he'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the bubble. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And again, if you're interested in seeing the final display of the cloud formation, it'll be installed at a later date in August at the Benaroya Hall. Can we please see the final install photo of the clouds? So, the bubbles that are being created today, when they make them, they have to go into an oven to cool down overnight. And that's because glass needs to cool down steadily at a controlled environment. But the bubbles are later cut in the cold working process, and then they're shaped and glued together. And these bubbles are cloud formations that'll later be installed at Benaroya Hall in August of this year. As he dips that hot gather of glass into the mold, he blows into the end of the rod and he caps it. Eventually, he will not be able to blow into that rod anymore because that means that the glass has taken the shape of the mold, and that's when he knows to come out. Thank you for the image. So today we are doing mass production of blowing bubbles, mold blown bubbles that'll be cut and formed into clouds. So as we gather the glass, on the big screen there, you'll see they're adding white color bar to the surface of a clear bubble. This is how we get the color into the glass. We use a little bit of white and a whole lot of clear, and when we blow it out, you can only see the color. We're making bubbles, and the bubbles will be formed into clouds. And the clouds, you can see some formations on the podium here. So on the left side of the hot shop, on the big screen, they're only starting the cloud, I mean the bubble, sorry. And then in the middle of the hot shop, they'll use these reheating chambers during the process. So when they go in and out of this reheating chamber, that chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. And this keeps the glass nice and hot. Then that allows them to shape the glass at the bench. At this middle bench, he'll use this folded up stack of newspaper that's been soaked in water to guide the glass as he blows into the end of the rod. We're preparing the shape to be dipped into this wooden mold. The wooden mold has been soaked in water. So now we'll dip into the mold as he rotates that rod. He'll rotate the rod and blow into the end of the pipe. This will help the glass not stick to the inside of the mold. And he'll know when to come out because he won't be able to blow into the end of the rod anymore. That glass will take the form And once it takes the form of the mold, he can feel that it's nice and stiff, and then he'll come out of the mold and we'll have a perfectly round sphere. So, when we place the bubbles into the annealing oven, they must rest there to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. How about we give them a big round of applause for all their hard work? Let's clap it up. We're making bubbles, we're making spheres that'll later be cut and assembled for Benaroya Hall, and they will be displayed at a later date in August of this year. So at the bench there with that block and the special tools designed to harness the molten hot glass, he'll shape the glass. He has to do some shaping before he'll be able to dip into the mold to blow out the bubble. That thick stack of newspaper that's been folded up into a cloth is just newspaper that's been soaked in water. That'll help him guide the glass. It provides him with a very intimate tool for shaping the molten hot glass. Then he'll go back into the reheating chamber, and that reheating chamber rests at 2300 degrees. Levi Belber, he has on the suspenders in the middle of the hot shop. Levi, I'll tell you guys a little bit more about Levi. He's worked as a freelance gaffer, assistant, and glass factory worker in the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years. Belber's passion for cooking inspires the colorful glassware he creates, adding sophisticated whimsy to the home. His pieces combine his background in traditional studio glass practice with modern factory glass production and automation. As he blows into the end of that rod, he'll fill up the mold to create a very even and beautiful bubble to be shaped into a cloud at a different point in time. So every week here at the museum, every month we have third Thursday, and third Thursday we're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. And the Hilltop artists, youth artists, come down and demonstrate their skill sets. Hilltop Artists is a local youth organization designed to enhance the lives of the youth through the glass medium. So if you're ever interested in watching the youth artists demonstrate their skill sets, come on down. Mark your calendars for third Thursday. Every third Thursday, we're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. They are running the smaller size bubbles over to the oven here where they'll cool down overnight. So as they work here in the hot shop, they'll use these reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot. After gathering the glass from the furnace, that furnace rests at 2,100 degrees. The glass wants to stay nice and hot. So they'll go in and out of the reheating chambers and then back to the bench to shape that molten hot glass. The block he's using is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. Currently, at this point of the process, we're getting closer to be able to dip into the mold to blow out a really nice, even shaped sphere, a little bit smaller than the ones on the table and a little bit bigger than the ones on the podium. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. So as he dips into the furnace, he'll rotate that rod. This is what we call gathering glass. So the more mass we have will then allow us to blow out the volume to get the size of the bubble. So as he gathers glass, he'll come out. He has to keep rotating that rod slow and steadily so the glass doesn't fall off the end of the rod. It is molten hot. The glass within the furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. The team of artists in the hot shop today we have Levi Belber. This is a project he brought to the hot shop to produce here with his team and the hot shop team. We are creating bubbles. They're mold blown bubbles that are cut. Once they're cut, they're glued together and they will form clouds. It's a cloud formation that we're creating. When we take the bubbles off the end of the rod, they'll go into the annealing oven here to rest and cool down overnight. On the left side of the hot shop, they're starting the process of how the bubbles are created to get color. We lay color over the surface of clear glass. We encase the bubble and then we add more clear glass around it. And as we slowly and gradually blow out the bubble, they will then move it to the middle bench. And as you can see, we just came out of the wooden mold with a larger size bubble. And then on the right side of the hot shop, they're just creating the smaller size bubbles. This cloud formation will be installed in August at Benaroya Hall in Seattle. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass, and happy Wednesday. So now we put a little water over the surface of the glass and tap the pipes. The vibrations help release So these reheating chambers that they use to reheat the glass are only designed for reheating. These glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. At the benches, they'll use special tools which were designed for the process to stabilize the material and to carve into it and shape it. At the middle bench here, he'll use a block to cool down the outer layers of that fresh gather. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water, and the steam it produces protects that surface layer of the glass. So as he blows into this mold, he'll rotate the rod so the glass doesn't get stuck to the walls. As he rotates, he'll cap the pipe. He'll do a few puffs. Eventually, he'll know when to stop because he won't be able to add any more air into the end of that rod, which will indicate that the glass has taken the shape of the mold. And then he'll come out and you'll have a really nice shaped sphere. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here at Museum of Glass, you can learn more at museumofglass.org. I'm sorry, you can watch the live stream. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday, and you can watch the process from the comfort of your home at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. And this month we're actually celebrating 420, so this weekend leads into 420, and different artists will come here on Saturday, the 18th and the 19th, on Saturday and Sunday to showcase their skill sets. We'll be making pipes and bongs and dab rigs, and pipes are typically created tabletop on a torch. And so often, we'll take it off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. But I'll tell you guys a little bit more about our 420 event this weekend here in the hot shop. I mean, at the museum. So, although the Pacific Northwest is renowned for its hot glass community, a portion of these artists have sometimes been overlooked in the conversation. The greater pipe community also has its origins in the region and developed alongside the rise of hot glass. With the mission of further exploring the important corner of the glassmaking world and elevating these artists, we are having a joint venture. So we're hoisting a joint venture here in the hot shop. We'll have tabletop torches and items being made from the furnace. So if you have any interest in learning about how a pipe or a dab rig is created, come back over the weekend and watch the demonstrations. And then on the 18th, from 10 to 5 p.m. we'll have demonstrations, and then from 5 to 8 p.m. we'll have a beer garden and a silent auction where you can potentially purchase some of the items that are created by the artists that attend and demonstrate. On Sunday at 1 p.m. we'll have demonstrations all day from 10 to 5, but on Sunday at 1 p.m. we'll have an artist talk by Turtle Time Glass. So if you have any interest in the joint venture in celebration of 420, you can live stream the process or come back down to the hot shop and watch. So if it looks the same, it functions the same. So all of the orange-faced ovens are just reheating chambers. But then when we dip into the silver base, as Jen's doing now, with the door on the front of it, that is a furnace that holds, it has a pot inside of it, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. So as they rotate the rod, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When they come out, they'll have more glass at the end of the rod. So when we release it off the end of the rod there, we place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. This is a bubble cloud factory making machine when they blow items into the mold here in the hot shop. This is one form of mass production, which is great. But molds are very helpful to get the same size over and over and over again. But even blowing into a mold the proper way is not easy. None of it's easy. They just have a lot of practice. The Hot Shop team collectively has over 100 years of experience, and then I'm pretty sure Levi's team does as well. And so I hope you guys have had a good Wednesday watching the bubbles be made here under the cone. So because all of the glass in the furnace is clear, and we have to add color to the process, that's known as a color overlay. To change the surface color from clear to white, on the very left side of the hot shop, they are spreading white glass over a clear bubble. So that's known as a color overlay. So to learn a little bit more about the process of laying color over a clear bubble, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So all of the clouds that we produced today will be later installed in August, or I'm sorry, all the bubbles we produced today will be turned into cloud formations, which will later be installed in August at the Benaroya Hall. So if you're interested in seeing this final production, the final installation, be sure to stop by Benaroya Hall in Seattle. Can we see the final image of the cloud formation? So when they remove the glass from the end of the rod, they place it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool overnight to prevent thermal shock. And then we just do it all again. We have to make as many bubbles as we can for the day. So steel's not the best conductor of heat, but often they'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down a little bit. After coming in contact with those really high temperatures, it'll start to get warm where they need to grip the pipe. He'll wait and rest the glass for a bit because as the skin cools down on the surface, it'll get nice and chilled, which will allow him to gather up more glass out of the furnace. The furnaces rest at about 2,100 degrees and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Pay attention to how he rotates that rod the entire time. If not, the glass would fall to the ground. So here at the bench with this tool, this is known as a block, which will help him stabilize the outer layers of that molten hot glass. It keeps the core nice and hot and it creates a very even shape. So when he blows into the end of the rod, all of the glass will expand evenly. So as he dips into this wooden mold, the wooden mold has been soaking in water. He'll blow into the end of that rod and cap it. When he caps it, the bubble will continue to expand. And then eventually, he won't be able to blow into the end of the rod anymore, which will indicate that it has taken the shape of the mold. Just a really nice, even sphere. So now we'll rest for a moment. Sayuri will catch this sphere off the end of the rod and then we'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool overnight. When he adds a little water to the surface of the glass, thermal shock sets in, and then when he taps the pipe, the vibrations release the bubble. So here in the hot shop, we work and we create all these really cool things while they're super hot. But then in the cold process, we have to cut the glass and grind the glass to make it sit tabletop or fit well together. Our cold workshop artist is Kristen Elliott. Is it possible to see the cold work video whenever you're able to share it? Um, if we could see the cold workshop video to learn a little bit more about the cold shop behind the hot shop, that'd be awesome. So now we'll tap it off the end of the rod and then place it into a annealing oven. The gloves that Sayuri has on prevent her from physically being burned, but she can still feel the heat through the material. So every step she takes, the hotter and hotter it kind of becomes. So that she'll run it to the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. So with that block, he'll shape the glass. This block is a hollowed out piece of fruit wood. We have to shape the glass in a very specific way to fit into the mold. Or else when you go into that mold, the glass will move in all types of directions and it won't be properly dispersed. So when we dip into that furnace there, they will rotate the rod to gather up some more glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass and they rest at 2100 degrees. The illustration and how the glass looks orange is great because it's so hot, but when it cools down, it's just clear. Thank you. When he goes back into this reheating chamber, it's just to keep the glass nice and hot so he can continue to shape it at the bench. When we're manipulating the glass at the bench, it has a tendency to chill due to coming in contact with the materials. And so to get the whole thing nice and hot again, we have to go back into the reheating chamber to be able to expand and shape the glass to fit in the mold properly. Can we please see the final image of the cloud formation? These bubbles will be cut and then glued together at a different point in time to then be assembled at Benaroya Hall in Seattle to create this really awesome cloud formation. Okay, so when they come out of the blow mold, they're going to allow the glass to cool down. Once it cools down, he'll put some water over the surface of the hot glass. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, it'll remove the sphere from the end of the rod. So we'll tap the pipe, we'll release the glass, we'll give it a nice torch to make it a little soft on the connect off the disconnect point, and then it'll go around the corner into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Closer to 1 o'clock, we will take a lunch break, but we're gonna keep making spheres here. We're not done yet. My name's Emily. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Levi Belber and his team are here with the Hot Shop team creating spheres for cloud formations. So you'll notice when these pieces start, they're only about the size of like a golf ball bubble. That's a starter bubble, and that little bubble, as long as you have enough mass, can be blown out. So when we create here in the hot shop, a gather is how we measure how much glass we need. So on the larger ones, we do more than one gather or more than two gathers because we need enough mass to blow out the volume of the space. On the right side of the hot shop, they might only have one gather and they're just creating little spheres. So that's how we count, or that's how we measure out what we're making. They'll say, oh, let's do two gathers, or let's do two gathers and a strip gather, which is removing some of the extra material we pick up because you have to rotate in a full 360 and strip away extra material. It's not good to rotate 180 and then come out. You'll create a crease within the glass because when you just stop, it'll imitate that motion. So that's how we measure what we're doing, and that little starter bubble is the void for a cup or a bowl, no matter how big it is. It starts off really, really small, so you can gradually build the piece up. You don't just gather and blow it out. You don't do that. Can't do that. It won't be successful in that manner. That process is just blowing out bubbles of thin air if you just gather and blow it out. Have you guys got to see the color overlay video for how we add color to the surface of the glass for a solid finish? Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how we color the spheres?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So here at the bench, they use the specific tools to properly shape the glass. So they have to make sure that the neckline will fit into the mold properly. So with the papers are a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. And it's like a cloth, it's a cloth like material after they soak it in water. And it provides them with a very intimate tool for shaping the glass. And so he's blowing, he's guiding it, because if when he blows into the bubble, if he doesn't guide the glass, it'll just expand into a very nice oval shape. We don't want that. We don't want it to be oval until we put it into, we don't want it to be a proper sphere until we put it in the mold. So when he uses the air at the bench to cool that connection point at the end of the rod down, it's because when he goes into the mold, he doesn't want the glass to fall too fast. So he has to cool it down because he wants it to stiffen up so it'll gradually drop into the mold. If not, and it's hot, it'll pull really fast and it could potentially release itself from the end of the rod. So he's blowing and he's twisting the pipe and he's capping the rod. And as he twists, it helps for that molten hot glass not to get stuck in the mold, on the walls of the mold. Even though the wooden mold has been soaking in water, the glass is still like lava. It's still hot, so it could fuse to the walls, but it won't because he's rotating the glass. He will know when he can come out of the mold because he won't be able to add any more air into the pipe. That means the glass has taken the shape, is solidified. They'll saw it off and they'll tap the pipe. With this hot torch, he needs to hot torch it so they don't accidentally cut himself later when they go to cut the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're gonna put it into the annealing oven. So we're gonna do one more. Don't leave us yet. And around 1 o'clock, we'll take a lunch break and we'll come back and do it all again around 2 o'clock. And we'll be live till 5. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Wednesday with us here in the Hot Shop. If you're ever interested in what's happening in the Hot Shop, you can always tune into our live stream. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. This weekend, we're actually celebrating 420, so April 18th and April 19th, we'll have artists from around the way come down to the Hot Shop and demonstrate how glass pipes and glass bongs and glass dab rigs are created here in the Hot Shop. And that process consists of flame working tabletop to create pipes and dab rigs. And then they'll make bigger items from the furnace. They'll make a big life-size bong just for fun. They've made one that's in the back that's probably about 3.5 feet tall. So as public demonstration, it's just really fun to celebrate an aspect of the glass community that's often overlooked. But as the hot glass studio movement has grown here in the Pacific Northwest, the pipe makers and the dab makers. This community has grown also a ton, and so we'll bring in artists from around the area and even outside of the Pacific Northwest area to come and demonstrate their skill sets. We'll have flame working demonstrations, so that's torch work in the Grand Hall as well as here in the hot shop, and then on the 18th we'll have demonstrations from 10 to 5. And then from 5 to 8, we'll have a beer garden as well as an auction for the pipe makers. So if you're interested in collecting a piece, you'll have that ability to do so. And then on Sunday, we'll have demonstrations and an artist talk at 1 o'clock. So if you have any interest in how pipes or dab rigs are created, you can live stream in and watch the process, or you can come back and hang out with us here at the museum to learn a little bit more about a joint venture. So that program, that experience will be known as a joint venture here in the Hot Shop in celebration for 420. So in order to create another really large sphere, we have to dip back into this mold. So he has wet towels and he has a water filtration system in there cooling this wooden mold down, just so we can do it again quicker. You want to cool it down quickly. Can we please see the final installation photo at Benaroya Hall of the cloud? Thank you. So up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see these are clouds. We're making cloud formations that'll later be assembled all together, and they'll go into a foyer at Benaroya Hall. So they will be on display for public viewing in the end of, in August. I don't know what day in August, so give them time to install so you can see it at Benaroya Hall in Seattle. So as he blows and rotates the rod, the glass will grow. He'll cap the pipe. It'll continue to expand. He'll know when it's time to come out because he won't be able to blow into the rod anymore. So after this one, we'll tap it off the pipe, put it into the annealing oven, and then we'll take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and we'll do it all again around 2 p.m. So Sayuri's suited up in this suit. The Kevlar gloves help her from physically being burned, and the materials protect her, but she can still feel the heat radiating through the materials every step that she takes. A little water. She'll get under it. We'll tap the pipe, and let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. Thank you all for hanging out with us here under the cone. We'll be back in about 1 hour. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily, and I'll be your MC for the day. I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on in just a moment. We're going to let some of the other visitors come on in and have a seat, and then we'll get into the process. Hello, everyone. Today in the Hot Shop, we have Levi Belber and his team working with the Hot Shop team to produce mold blown spheres. I'll let you guys know exactly what's happening in the process in just a moment. These spheres are all mold blown here in the Hot Shop. Then they're cut in the cold shop and they're assembled into these cloud formations. These clouds will then be later displayed in August at the Benaroya Hall. So this is a special project which will go into the foyer at Benaroya Hall in August. Can we please see the final display of the project? So if you look at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the assembly of all of the clouds that'll be produced here. We won't make all of the spheres today, but we're just going to incrementally achieve the goal of all of the clouds over time. And then in August, they will go on display. At the middle bench here, we have Levi, and what he's doing is he's preparing this gather of glass at the end of the rod to be formed and shaped and stuck into this wooden mold. The wooden mold has been soaking in water. The water will protect the glass as well as the mold. So those steel pipes, they don't conduct heat very well, but they will get warm to touch. So there at the pipe cooler, he'll cool that pipe down. Thank you. So now we'll dip back into the furnace to gather up some more glass at the end of the rod there. The furnaces here in the hot shop hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into a furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself. And then at the bench there, he'll use tools designed for the process. This tool here is known as a block. As you can see, when they gather up that glass, it's super duper soft. So the block is great for shaping and stabilizing that molten hot glass. It'll even out the walls on the outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. So when they're ready to blow into the end of the rod, the entire piece will expand evenly. Our visiting artist for the day is Levi Belber, and he brought his team. And I'll tell you guys just a little bit more about Levi in just a moment. Levi Belber has worked as a freelance gaffer, assistant, and glass factory worker in the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years. Belber's passion for cooking inspires the colorful glassware he creates, adding sophisticated whimsy to the home. His pieces combine his background in traditional studio glass practice with modern factory glass production and automation. And today we are making clouds, little bubbles that are formed, are big bubbles too, that are formed into clouds. So that glass that they've gathered up is glowing a really pretty orange color, but only because it's hot. When it cools down, it will be clear. All of the glass within the furnace is clear, but we add color into the process, and that's known as the color overlay process to get a solid finish on the surface of the glass. Can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how the glass gets colored today?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now you'll see we dip that hot gather of glass into the mold, that wooden mold. As he rotates the pipe, the steam will protect the glass. He has to rotate so the hot glass doesn't get stuck to the walls of the mold. He's blowing and then he'll cap. When he caps, that glass will continue to expand. He knows when to come out because he cannot add any more air into the end of the rod. He can't blow it anymore. So then he's like, all right, taking the shape, it's chilled, we can come out. Okay, so this is the fourth, is this? So this is a 14? Okay, this is the 14-inch bubble, 16-inch bubble. And so to give Sayuri just a little bit of a break, she'll take this cart, capture it, and then put it into an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. A little water on the surface of the glass, thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will release the sphere. We'll give it a little torch on the top of there because it's sharp. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Thank you. So, on the right side of the hot shop, they're making smaller spheres. In the middle, you'll see we're making the 16-inch, and on the left side is where they start the process. They gather a little bit of glass and they blow into the rod, and that small initial starter bubble can be as big as a golf ball. But the more that they add glass at the end of that rod, the more mass they collect, the more volume they'll be able to blow into the bubble. So while working in the hot shop, you'll see that they go in and out of these reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are the orange-faced ovens in front of the benches. These reheating chambers only reheat the glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within these barrels can withstand these very high temperatures. Thank you. That glass needs to stay about above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock during the process. And so the glory holes help us to be able to keep the glass hot and to continue to shape at the bench. He has to keep rotating when he comes out of that furnace, or else the glass will just naturally fall towards the ground because it's like lava, super duper hot. As the mass of glass grows at the end of the rod, the blocks we use to shape the glass, they grow in size as well. So here at the museum, we often have different events and activities. This weekend, we are celebrating 420. 420 is often overlooked, or the items created for the holiday are often overlooked, and the glass makers are often overlooked. And so we're going to do our job to shine the light on different glass makers. We'll have flame workers, and we will have furnace workers, so people who blow glass in the hot shop, as well as people who create glass objects on a torch. And so pipes and dab rigs are often created on a torch tabletop, and that is a big production within itself. And so if you have any interest in how these items are created, this will be our third year celebrating 420 here in the hot shop. On Saturday the 18th, we'll have live demonstrations from 10 to 5. And then from 5 to 8, we will have a beer garden as well as a silent auction. So you can have the ability to purchase some of these really, really well crafted pipes and dab rigs. And then on Sunday, we'll have demonstrations from 10 to 5. And at 1 o'clock, we'll have an artist talk by Turtle Time Glass. So that's known as a joint venture, and you can learn more about a joint venture online at museumofglass.org and come out and celebrate 420 with us this weekend here in the hot shop. And that'll be Saturday and Sunday. We're not open on Monday, so don't come on 420. We won't be here. So now that cloth-like material he'll use to shape the glass, it's a thick stack of newspaper that's been folded up and soaked in water. Pay attention to how he blows into the end of the rod to expand the bubble, and he'll guide the glass with those papers. Okay, so dipping into a mold is a lot of work. It's very hard. And so they have to take the proper steps and do it the right way every time, repetitively, to get back into this mold and to blow these spheres perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but as best as they can. And so they make it all look easy. Collectively, they all have over 100 years of knowledge and experience about the material. And so they make it all look easy, but it is a lot of work to get into a mold with a bubble of molten hot moving glass. So he'll blow into the end of the rod. As he blows into the end of the rod, that bubble will fill up the mold. He'll cap it and he'll rotate. He has to rotate so the molten hot glass doesn't get stuck to the walls of the mold. He won't be able to blow into the bubble anymore, and that's when he knows he'll come out. So often, the wood that they will use for the glass making process is cherry wood in this area, but I think generally I would say fruit wood, but cherry wood is what the molds are made out of, and that's because they last a long time and they hold water well. And so, yeah, cherry wood. You're welcome. So every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we're open from 5 to 8 p.m. And tomorrow is third Thursday. So the Hilltop Artists, youth artists will come down and create here on the hot shop floor. Hilltop Artists is a local youth organization that's designed to enhance the lives of the youth through the glass medium. They start as young as 12 years old creating in glass, and every third Thursday they come here to work on the hot shop floor and showcase their skill sets. We're open from 5 to 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. So you're welcome to come and hang out with us here in the hot shop. So be sure to mark your calendars for third Thursdays. And if you're ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop but you can't make it here, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org. So you can always watch what's happening from the comfort of wherever you are. Can we please see the final display of the clouds at the Benaroya Hall? These bubbles will be cut in the cold process and laminated together with a special glue that is designed for glass on glass assembly. And then they will be hung in the breezeway there at the Benaroya Hall. So now we have to put the sphere into the oven to cool down overnight. So he'll put a little water over the surface of the glass. He'll tap the rod, and when the vibrations touch the rod, they will help release the bubble. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work, Levi Belber and the team. Thank you. Can we please see the Benaroya Hall final display? As they blow the bubbles, they'll cut the bubbles and they'll glue them together to create these cloud forms. For those of you who are just joining us and you don't know exactly what we're making yet, we're making spheres to be assembled into clouds. Can we please see the Benaroya Hall final display? We are creating bubbles here in the hot shop. The bubbles are cut and glued together, and then they'll be assembled, like you see on the big screen there, into a formation of clouds. The process consists of dipping a steel rod into the furnace and laying color over the clear bubble. When we gather glass out of the furnace, all of the glass in the furnace is clear, so we have to add color into the process. The color overlay process is how we're able to get a solid color on the surface of the glass. And today, we're laying white over a clear bubble. The bubble starts out small, but the more that we gather glass, the more we're able to blow it out into these really large 16-inch spheres. So you'll see that we gather a lot here at the middle bench, and on the right side, they don't gather as much because they're making tiny, tiny spheres. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are the silver ovens with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. As we dip into the furnace and continue to gather glass, when the levels get low, our hot shop technician refills the furnace, and that's known as charging the furnace. And so once or twice a week, after we continue to produce here in the hot shop, our tech will recharge the furnaces. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how the furnaces get glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So you'll see with this steel rod, he'll dip into the furnace. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. As he rotates that rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When he comes out, he'll have a nice little gather of glass. He'll blow into this to create a bubble. And then on the left side of the hot shop, Morgan will put white glass over that clear bubble. Remember, it's only orange because it's hot. It's clear when it cools down. So the tools, they can start small with a small gather. And this is a block. This is how we shape the glass. It's always an important step of the process. But I just wanted to show you guys how you can start tiny and you can work your way up to a really big gather. And this is heavy, like really heavy, like maybe, I don't know, but it's heavy. I don't know, it's really heavy though. As we go into that reheating chamber, that chamber in front of the bench, it rests at 2,300 degrees, and it's only designed to reheat the glass. We have to keep the glass nice and hot, and the hotter it gets, the softer it becomes to be able to shape it at the bench. When in this environment, the glass stiffens up quickly, and so that means it becomes like, it almost starts out like slime and then becomes like a Jolly Rancher, but it's like hot and sticky. And so, as it changes really quickly in this environment, the reheating chamber allows us to keep it nice and soft to shape it at the bench. So he put a little bit of water over the surface of the glass, and when he tapped the pipe, the vibrations help release the glass from the end of the rod. Now we're gonna hit it with the torch to cool it to make sure it's nice and soft. Levi Belber and the Hot Shop team, how about we give them a big round of applause? Clap it up. Levi has worked at creating production glass for many years, over 20 years here in the Pacific Northwest. He works here often alongside the Hot Shop team, but today he needed the whole team for this production, and he brought his team as well. And so what you're seeing is how glass clouds are created here in the Hot Shop, and later they'll be installed in August at Benaroya Hall. It'll be a whole cloud formation. I believe there'll be about 38 clouds with additional parts at Benaroya Hall in August. So if you want to see it in person, go in August and look at all the clouds. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. We are creating spheres here in the hot shop. So as he goes into the mold, the wooden mold there, he'll blow into the glass at the end of the rod, and as the glass expands, it'll take the shape of the mold. We're creating larger scale spheres, similar to the ones here on the table in the hot shop. These spheres will be cut at a different point in time and glued together to create cloud formations. He knows when to come out of the mold because he won't be able to add any more air into the end of the rod. He won't be able to blow. It'll cool down and take the shape of the mold. So it'll come out and you'll have a really, really well-rounded sphere. Production style glass plate blowing is when you use molds, and we want to produce all of the bubbles to be very similar in shape and size, so they'll be uniform when the clouds are created. Can we see the Benaroya Hall final display of the cloud formation? These clouds will be placed at Benaroya Hall in August. They'll go on display, so give them some time. If you want to see the final form, wait until August to give Benaroya Hall a visit so you can see the clouds in final display. How y'all doing today? So now, with this tool, he'll put a little water over the surface of the hot glass. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will help release the bubble from the end of the rod. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. And they're gonna wheel it away to the annealing oven in the back of the hot shop. These ovens are similar to the black ovens you can see here in the hot shop. And these ovens are designed to cool the glass back down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Whenever we make items here in the hot shop, they have to cool down overnight in a controlled environment. Thank you for that image. And in just a moment, we're gonna blow another one out. That process, it starts by dipping the steel rods into the furnace. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so as they rotate the rod, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. They come out of the furnace, and with that little gather, they blow into the end of the rod to create a starter bubble. And that little bubble is how we get the void within these spheres. The more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow the bubbles out. All of the glass within the furnace is clear, so you can see we added white to the surface of a clear bubble. That white that we added is known as a color overlay. The color overlay process is what we will do to get a solid finish of colorful glass on the surface of a bubble. Can we see the color overlay video to learn more about how we got color into the glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that we've gathered up enough glass, we have to allow it to rest. Levi Belber is here with his team, and he's working with the Hot Shop team. Levi has worked in the area for over 20 years as a production artist, designing and creating and enhancing environments with glass, the glass that he creates. So Levi's there gathering from the furnace. He had to let the glass cool down just a bit so he could add more glass to the surface. When it's cool, we're able to grab a bit more than when it's hot. So as he rotates, he gathers that glass out of the furnace, and he comes back over to the bench to stabilize the material and to shape it to be able to fit into the mold to create the 16-inch squares. Spheres. So we'll knock it off and we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Yeah, let's clap it up. Give them a round of applause. Can we please see the Benaroya Hall slide with the final display of the cloud formation? So later in August, this will be assembled in Seattle at the Benaroya Hall, where they have like a lot of symphonies and a lot of plays happen. I believe I've well, yeah. So they have a lot of really fun events at Benaroya Hall in Seattle, and in August, it'll these clouds that they're creating. Oh, the clouds have gone away. But these large spheres will be created into clouds. There's different sizes that are being blown, and so in August they'll be turned into this formation of clouds at Benaroya Hall. Thank you. On the left side of the hot shop, the process starts by dipping into the furnaces and gathering up a little bit of glass. Then they lay white color bar over the surface of that clear bubble because the glass that we gather from the furnace is clear. It's just orange because it's hot. So they put a little bit of white color bar over the surface of the glass. And then they add more clear glass. They gather more clear glass around. But in cross section, you have a little bit of white and a whole lot of clear. But on the surface, you just get one big white bubble. There at the bench, he'll use his block to cool down those hot outer layers. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. So as we go in and out of these reheating chambers, those chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees, and they allow us to get the glass nice and hot so we can continue to shape at the bench. So as we dip into that mold, he'll blow into the end of the rod, and as the bubble expands, it'll take the shape of this sphere here. We're blowing out production style spheres. These spheres will later be cut, laminated together, and formed into clouds. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Levi Belber and the team working in the hot shop here today to produce a lot of spheres for a lot of clouds. So now we'll knock it off onto the cart here, and then we're going to place it into an annealing oven. And the annealing oven is a place where it rests and cools down overnight to prevent thermal shock. We'll tap it off and place it onto the cart and roll it away into the annealing oven. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. If you guys are ever interested in what's happening here under the cone in the hot shop and you can't make it back, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org. So you can always watch from the comfort of wherever you are to see what's going on in the hot shop. And we always make different things every day. So that's another sphere for our clouds formation off the pipe and into the annealing oven. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today here in the hot shop. Clap it up. Woohoo! Can we see the Benaroya Hall? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So there on the big screen, you can see the final display of the clouds in formation. This, what they're creating here in the hot shop, is just the bubble portion of these clouds, and they will go on display at Benaroya Hall in August. When they are blown out, they're later cut and glued together to create an entire cloud formation. Thank you. On the right side of the hot shop, they're making little spheres. In the middle, they're making 16-inch spheres. And that large, massive glass of molten hot glass will be stuffed into this wooden mold that's being soaked in water and cooled down. When they blow out the mass, the bubble will expand and it'll take the shape of the 16-inch sphere mold. Blow mold production style glass making is designed to make a uniform amount of items that are then, it can be like making glass crafts or making clouds, and then they'll be assembled into a larger scale creation at a different point in time. So as you can see, she started with a lather of glass. It looks orange. She gathered this from the furnace. There's a little bit of white on the end. They laid white glass over the initial tiny small starter bubble. To get white, they laid white glass over that bubble so then the surface of the final piece will be white. The glass in the furnace is clear and it rests at 2100 degrees, and that's why it's orange, because it's hot. So they must shape the glass in order for them to be able to fit into this blow mold. So he's shaping it. That cloth-like material is a piece of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, which allows him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. He's blowing into the end of the rod, and as he blows and expands the material, he's guiding it in the direction he needs it to go to fit into the mold. This mold is wooden fruit wood, it's cherry wood, and it's been soaking in water. As it's been soaking in water, that allows them to dip the molten hot glass into the mold and blow. So he must rotate that pipe as he blows into the end of the rod so the glass doesn't get stuck to the walls. He'll then cap the pipe. The bubble will continue to expand as the air tries to escape. He knows when to come out because eventually he won't be able to add any more air into that pipe because the glass will have taken the shape of the mold and it'll have stiffened up, which indicates it's time to come out of the mold. So when he comes out of the mold, he'll then slowly prepare to release this larger scale orb off the end of the rod. We'll let it chill for just a moment, and then when he's ready, he'll put a little water on the back portion of the glass, over the surface of the glass. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will help release the sphere from the end of the rod. She'll catch the glass. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then they're gonna wheel it away to the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here under the cone, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. We're making clouds today. We're making the sphere portion all different size white spheres to be cut at a different point in the process and glued together and then formed into this cloud formation for the Benaroya Hall in Seattle. Tomorrow is Third Thursday. During Third Thursday, we're open from 5 to 8 p.m. We're free to the public. And the Hilltop Artists, youth artists come and demonstrate their skill sets. Hilltop Artists is a local organization designed to enhance the lives of the youth through the glass medium. So be sure to come hang out with us here on a Third Thursday from 5 to 8 p.m. Mark your calendars. So she just tapped off the pipe and tapped off the orb from the rod and placed it into the annealing oven. This oven anneals glass back down to room temperature, the same way as we just carted away the other piece into that larger oven. We must anneal glass down to room temperature after we create here in the hot shop to help prevent thermal shock.